Okay, let me see if this works. And if it's too much, then I'm gonna drop the YouTube encoder. This is gonna use a lot of CPU, but it might be doable. Let's see if I start dropping frames, then I will change the YouTube encoder back to lower res. Let's see. First, let me make sure that YouTube has 1080p. Yes. Yeah, that looks right. Yeah, looks about right. Okay. And let me make sure everything is working fine. Yeah, looks about right. Looks good to me. Okay. Yeah, this should be fine. This is a test. Let's see if it starts dropping frames or not. Yeah, no, that doesn't look good. Yeah, okay. I should okay, there we go. Okay, it's not lagging anymore. Okay. That was a reasonable task to do. Okay, let me reopen the YouTube chat. Make sure everything is working. Yep, looks good to me. Oh, interesting. YouTube still thinks I'm streaming in 1080p. So maybe I can use this trick to force YouTube. Oh, interesting. Yeah, maybe with this trick, I can force YouTube to upscale my video. Oh, that's interesting. I should do that. Yo, I just found some new YouTube tag. What the hell? Okay. Very interesting. Okay. That is very interesting. I just discovered a new tag. So basically, you start the stream in 1080p, and then you drop it back to lower res, and then it upscales it, even if you're streaming at lower res for YouTube. Okay, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, let's get going. Dun, 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 dun. Right, so we are starting with 7.021. Six nine seven 248 2.692 day 10 87 hours. And then let me make sure I have my link skills, unlike yesterday. Right. And I have some coupons. Just like 40 minutes of oh, we got the 3 axes as well, I forgot. Okay. Right. 2-hour timer. There we go. Hello, Hatu. How have I been? Doing great. We're almost done with the 45th 250. I also got a vac pad for my Zero. So we should be able to finish every class to 250 by the end of Night Troop. So yeah, that's gonna be hype. Pretty pog. How much was VACPAT? Like 37 bill. Yeah, if you consider how much the value of Maso has gone down recently because everyone is farming, it's a fair price. Because when I bought my vac pads for 25 to 30 bill, Maso was like 1 bill equals 10k maple points, but now it's like 1 bill equals 7k maple points. I really hope they're gonna introduce some kind of new Maso sync like the Maso cubes to kind of offset that. Would be nice. Start forcing Eternals, that's true. But yeah, the Maso cubes would be nice. It would be a nice Maso sync. Mm. 2.3% to go until your shadow is 285. Nice, very nice gains. Yeah, get the Karshan symbol. Just in time for the extra symbols from the passive. How is Hoyoung? Still difficult for me, but it's fun. Like, I enjoy it, but it's difficult. I can't really sustain perfect rates in this class. Get it today or during reset? Yeah, you got this. Still grind like this after a 260 on Sol Janus? It depends. It depends if it's easier to not use Janus or not. Like, one Janus is usually not too difficult. I just go for whatever rotation is more comfortable that allows me to get max raids. Or close to max raids. There's some situations where, like, if the class doesn't have the kit to smoothly replace summons, there are cases where I would intentionally not use all the Janus orbs because it's too much work to replace them. Also, I'm only getting level 1 Janus on all the classes. I want to sell as many of the fragments I get as possible. $22-star gear. Nah, I'm just gonna continue investing into like all the characters. Just keep making them stronger over time. Also, I still need 3 more vac pads to have vac pads on every class branch. I have 8 vac pads at the moment. So yeah, over time, just whenever I see a good deal on gear, or whenever I see a good upgrade path for one of my characters, I just make them stronger. Yeah, just spread out the gains. Over time, just upgrade all 49 characters. I don't really have a clear plan, but yeah, I'm just gonna continue doing that. I don't really have interest in focusing on one character or making one character stronger, because I don't even run bosses. Tradable accessories, not all of them. Like I need 2 lines of Maso on the character that are not transferable. Everything else is transferable. It's really hard to get like actual full Maso gear transferable because you need a lot of double primes. So at the moment, this is the best I can get if I want to wear the Spirit Pendant. So usually I have like 2 event rings with Maso lines in them, or I just scissor over 2 rings that have Maso lines. My combat power, it's like 3.3 mil. How you're able to one-shot without upgrading any gear? I mean, my gear is okay, right? Like, it's not clean gear. Like, the key is that you don't want to focus on one item, you want to make everything decent. So, you know, you spread out the gains, max the nodes. Nodes are like the cheapest way to gain damage. And just, you know, get some lines on everything, don't have to go crazy. Get some flames on everything, don't have to go crazy. And max your nodes, you know, max your boost nodes. Nodes are free. And get level 10 symbols, which I prep in advance by doing dailies on other 250s. I have like 15.4k stat. I would say the nodes and the symbols are doing the heavy lifting. But the set effects are also pretty huge. So even though my gear is not heavily upgraded, the 5 set arcane is pretty huge. It's a lot of attack. Combat power. Combat power is completely different for different classes. So it's not really comparable. Like this hoyoung has 3.3 mil. But, you know, I had other classes that had way higher combat power and struggled to one-shot, or way lower combat power and still had no problem one-shotting. Floor 47, I don't know. I don't optimize dojo. I don't do dojo at all. Just basically like max boost nodes, level 10 symbols, 2-line epic, 10 attack, add pot, everything, 70% trees. If you use arcanes, 5 set arcane with 1-line epic main pot. If you use Abzo, you would wanna go like at least 16 stars. 2-line epic, 10 attack beat pot. I go arcane because I don't wanna wait for events. I wanna be able to go on any character at any time and be like immediately like I wanna play this, I'm gonna fund it today and I'm gonna start playing it today. Don't wanna wait for events or anything, so that's why I go 5 set arcane. How many stars is the weapon? 10 stars, 70% trees. Do you buy the armors for every new character? Unable to one-shot? What do you mean? It's just like level 10 symbols. The arcanes are like the arcanes, they're like 200 mil to 300 mil clean. And then upgrading them to be like this, it doesn't take much. Like sometimes I also don't have flames at all. Like the arcanes have trash flames because I just can't be bothered to flame them. 17-star weapon, close to one shot. Nah, no way. No way in Cernium. Not even close. I don't use familiars. I just find the system annoying to use. Locked by dailies. I don't do dailies on the 250s. Like, I don't do dailies on the characters I'm grinding. I do dailies on characters that are already 250. And then I transfer them. So basically what I do is every day I do arcane dailies on a character that's already 250. Actually, I do arcane dailies on 3 level 250s every day. So every 24 days, I have, for each character that I do dailies on, I have a set of level 10 symbols that I can transfer using the arcane catalyst. So as long as I can do, so since I average 10 days per 250, if I do arcane dailies on 3 level 250s every single day, every 24 days I can transfer 3 complete sets of level 10 arcane symbols. So I don't have to wait on anything. There's no time gate. I simply just immediately have level 10 symbols. Yeah, in regular server you can do that. There's a thing called Arcane Catalyst in the Legion shop. You can't do it on Reboot. So that's another one of many reasons why I don't play Reboot Heroic. Because no trading is just so annoying for what I do. Use familiars in Burning Word. Only in Burning Word. And I don't really actively work on familiars. Like in Burning Word, I just use like 115 IAD fam, sometimes 2. I just find the whole familiar system too annoying to work with, so I don't bother using them at all. Like, it's too much effort to even just open cards and reveal them. I just hate the system, so I straight up don't use familiars. Nah, it's never worth doing for me because I find it too annoying. So dealing with the familiar system makes the game less fun. So I don't want to do things that are less fun. And like, even if I had good familiars, I would forget to have them out like 99% of the time because they just randomly go away when you go to like event maps and Ardent Mill. It's like too annoying. Is there an OP mobbing familiar? I have no idea. Like, I legit don't use familiars, so I have no idea. They are not passive. And there's very weird conditions that make them go away. And also there's a gauge that you deplete. So while the familiars are out, you deplete the gauge, and roughly every 2 hours you have to feed them to like keep them going. And it's very annoying because to get points for that familiar gas, you have to extract familiar cards, and that's just a very tedious process because you can only open like 100 farms at a time. It's just like too annoying for me. I can't deal with it. It's like so annoying. Yeah, like, I don't care about being optimal or min-maxing. Just anything that is annoying or makes the game not fun, I'm not gonna do, even if it's very optimal to do it. Nah, I can boss with no familiars just fine. Like, I do boss mills on KMS. There's no familiars on KMS, not a problem. And I used to do boss mills on GMS with no familiars, not a problem. EU is GMS. Like, GMS has NA and EU, and both of them are GMS. KMS doesn't have familiars. They don't exist in KMS. It's easy to get damage and drop. Of course, but if it's not fun to do, then I'm not gonna do it, right? You can get past that anyway. You can get strong enough anyway, even if you don't use familiars. There's many things that I could do that would give me a lot of damage or a lot of EXP very easily, but I don't do them because it's not fun. What class am I gonna do in Burning World? I haven't really thought about it. I will probably decide last minute on patch day. GMS Cash Grab. TMS has even more broken familiars. In TMS they have final damage fams. They wanna have the same class. Well, I'm not gonna... I don't know. Like, I don't know until the patch day, because I don't plan in advance. I don't do any planning. I don't think about it until the very last minute. So I actually don't know. Like, I haven't even thought about whether I wanna do Aran or Shade in Burning World, or whether I wanna do the other Hyper Burning World. I haven't even thought about whether I want to do Burning World or not. Yeah, I really haven't thought about it at all. How many classes have you not hit 250 on? There's 4 more classes. So there's Nightwalker, Blaze Wizard, Zero, and Lara. Don't really bother with farms with the exception of drop rate. Yeah, it's like I just can't be bothered. Everything about the farm system is too annoying to deal with. I can do whatever I need to do without familiars. Yeah, I'm gonna hit 250 on every class. 4 classes is nothing. It takes like 10 days per class. So by the end of Night Troop, I will have every class at 250. And then I'm gonna work on maxing arcane symbols and all of them during Milestone. And then at the same time, I'm gonna start grinding all of them to 260. Although, like, until I have max symbols, I'm gonna be grinding less because I'm gonna spend so much time just doing dailies. Yeah, you can't. There's only the top 42 count for Legion. Like, you have no idea how many things I'm skipping that would be very beneficial and optimal to do. Like, I'm not doing any weekly bosses on GMS at the moment. Like, 0 weekly bosses. Even though I could just one-shot everything up to normal slime on my Dark Knight in like 5 minutes. I just can't be bothered. If I don't feel like bossing, then I'm not gonna boss. I just boss when I feel like it. And then I'm not doing grandest dailies on my Dark Knight or any character. I'm not doing Monster Park. I'm not doing Monster Park Extreme. I'm not doing High Mountain. Yeah, there are many things I'm not doing that, you know, everyone would be like, oh, you need to do that. You have to do that. But I'm still not doing it and I'm still fine. I just do whatever I want and enjoy the game. Play at my own pace. If I did all of that, then it would be so annoying to play the game. I would be like, oh, I need to do all these things before I can start grinding, and it would be just so annoying. 3 Vakpats on every class. Yeah, maybe one day. For now, we're gonna just have 1 Vakpat on every class. Oh yeah, just to flex my inefficiency, yesterday I grinded 10 hours with no link skills because of Punch King. So like I did Punch King and I forgot to switch the links back to mobbing, so I didn't have any EXP links. So it's funny because like the event is supposed to like help you get better EXP, but for me it just griefs me because I do Punch King and then I don't have link skills. So the event is actually that mistake probably averages out the extra EXP I get from the event. So I just find it funny. Because usually people are like so preoccupied of like, oh, I need to get the best EXP possible from this event. And then there's me doing Punch King and then forgetting EXP links. I don't have 200 drop. I just have enough to get max Maso. So I do have 100% Maso from gear and inner ability. But drop rate is like whatever. If it's enough to get full Maso rates, then it's enough. I don't try to go for highest possible drop rate. It would be too expensive to transfer all the drop gear. Like I already have all the transferable items and it's not even enough to reach max Maso. I would need like a lot of double and triple primes. Well, usually what I do is most of my accessories are fully transferable, and then I need 2 lines of Maso to reach max Maso, and sometimes I just have 2 event rings on the character that have Maso lines from previous events, and sometimes I have to scissor over 2 rings that have Maso. So these 2 rings, like on this character, I scissored over these 2 rings. And then the other stuff is just fully transferable. You know, the black bean ring, the VIP necklace, the face accessory, the eye accessory, the earring. Those are all fully tradable. But it's not enough. So unless you have like insane triple prime potentials and all of these transferables, it's still not gonna be enough to reach max Maso and max drop rate. So you're still gonna need like in my case, I still need a few items that don't end up being tradable, so I do spend up to 2 Scissors of Karma for every character. Sometimes 0 because I already have like event rings, but not always. The sound, it's just from the music. It's supposed to be a wind sound effect. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, the VIP accessories are transferable. See? VIP necklace, transferable. VIP earring, transferable. But there's no VIP like eye and face accessory, for example. See, like you can't do that. The VIP ring doesn't have a potential. 190, I have no idea. You're gonna have to check. Like you can easily check that, right? Just look at the item. Is if it says untradeable after equip, then it's, you know, not transferable. Maple Words are so far the biggest disappointment. What did you expect? There's not gonna be any games until the devs get to work. There's actually one guy on YouTube who's been so 1 year before. So there's a guy who's from GMS, right? Like English speaker. He's been working for 1 year on a old school Maple in Maple Words, like Maple Land. And he's been preparing in advance for the GMS launch of Maple Words. So he's gotten pretty far. He has a lot of tech ready. So I'm sure we're gonna see soon. We're gonna see his old school Maple release. Old school Maple servers, not a single one available on launch. Yeah, that's exactly what I expected. I promise people, like, as long as there's creative people who make games for it, you will see really creative and fun stuff outside of old school Maple. Like on on Korean Maple Wars, there was a really cool roguelike game that looked pretty fun. The limit is really just the creativity of the community and the willpower of someone to make a game. But yeah, if you wanna see, like, I would say the one person who is most ahead, other than the Korean developers. Let me see if I can find him. I remember watching the video yesterday. Give me a minute. I'm gonna send you a video in a moment. If I can find it. Let me see my watch history. Getting lost in the creation tool. Yeah, I mean, really the limit is your creativity. Oh yeah, this thing. This. So this guy has been ready for months for the global release of Maple Wars. He's been developing some tech in Korean Maple Wars. So yeah, watch his videos. That particular video is a demo of how to make the networking scale to thousands of players. It's a test for that. And yeah, like you can see all the dev updates on his old school Maple. And of course, there's the Korean Maple Land, which might or might not publish on KMS. We will see. But yeah, I promise on the Korean version, there's a lot of cool games that are not old school Maple. So if the global community is anywhere near as creative as the Korean one, I'm sure we're gonna see cool games in due time. Why wouldn't they make it available here? I think it's just because if it's not localized, you don't necessarily want the, you don't want, like, imagine like you're a new player, you sign up for global Maple Words and the entire front page is like Korean because it's all Korean games. But I did check the documentation for Maple Story Words, and there's they have the technology for localization. So they have a system for localization to have multiple translations for the same game. So it might be as simple as the Korean devs choosing to translate their game and then clicking publish on global or whatever. We will see. So I think it's up to the Korean community to choose to publish their games and localize them. Yeah, like, it would have been nice if they just, like, it doesn't have to be on the front page, but, like, if it was, like, a sub-menu where it's like, oh, show the Korean games. You know, it's like for people who are like, okay, I know what I'm getting into, I know it's all gonna be in Korean, just show me the Korean games. It would have been nice to have that, I agree. Couldn't find the assets for NLC. That makes sense because it's Korean, right? In Korea, they don't have NLC. But also, it would make sense for Global to add NLC because we're not Korea. But yeah. No, I'm not gonna play Maple Wars anytime soon. Maybe in a few years. I have other priorities. There's like so many games that I wanna play, so many things I wanna do other than Maple Wars that it's really the bottom of my priority list. And I think I would be more interested in coding things for Maple Wars rather than playing games. Like, it would be cool to test the limits of what you can do. You know, like trying to make a 3D game. Basically trying to do things that should not be possible with Maple Wars. You know, like make an emulator or like port Doom to Maple Wars or something like that. That would be my kind of project with Maple Wars, but like I have other things I want to do. There's so many retro games I want to play. There are so many things I want to do on Maple. So many things I want to learn. So Maple Wars is really nowhere near the top of that priority list. What code do they use in Maple Wars? I haven't looked too deep into it, but it looks like they use Lua. But it really, the language really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You just need to learn to use the tools that you have available to you. You can do anything in any language and any tool if you're determined and skilled and creative. So you shouldn't think about, especially as a beginner, you shouldn't think about what's the best tool to use. You should think about learning. How do you make something move? Well, go and see some examples. I've never used Maple Wars, but I could figure it out pretty quick if I tried it. Oh yeah, you're in Europe. They're gonna release it in January for Europe. But yeah, I mean, you can look at the documentation. There are some code examples. I personally think the code examples they gave are not very good. Like, they don't really explain the code very well, but it's still better than nothing. So you can definitely start figuring out how things work from those code examples that they gave in the documentation, or even just read the documentation and you can start getting an idea of what the workflow is like on Maple Wars. Can you play in America if you're in EU? Well, I don't know how the EU release is gonna look like. My guess is that it's gonna be on the same server as NA. But I don't know. They just said in 2025 January they're gonna open it in Europe. That's all they said. That's all we know. I didn't resummon. Oh, I think I forgot. Yeah. Hello, headpads. Hello, hello.
Round and round.
10% from Punch King. Yeah, it's like it's the same as just like Advanced Punch King. So I guess because of Night Trip, we have the insane Punch King EXP even more often than KMS. Also, it's pretty funny how the Punch King is like a mini boss fight now. People actually dying in Punch King.
Round and round. Butterfly dream.
Yeah, like depending on what class you play, if you don't have lifesteal, you actually have to dodge stuff if you don't want to die. It's pretty funny.
Vortex.
Just happen to have your origin up before going into normal lucid. Bursted phase 1 in 50 seconds. Nice. I mean, I would wanna have my origin up for normal lucid, because it's so annoying. I don't wanna spend a lot of time in phase 1.
Vortex. Butterflies attack.
Boom. Boom.
Let's play. Vortex.
Bum, 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 bum. Hello, Catty. Welcome back.
Round and round.
Bum, 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 bum.
Let's play.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Keyboard keeps automatically opening up Outlook. Downsides of using Windows, I guess.
Butterflies.
Man, I hate even just the start menu in Windows. Like, I specifically removed my Windows key from the keyboard because I got so tired of accidentally opening the start menu.
Vortex.
You can disable yours, but never remember the hotkeys for it. Oh yeah, some keyboards can do that. Yo, thank you so much, David, for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your ad-free viewing experience, Johnny Fire FC. It randomly turns it back on, bruh.
Round and round.
Typing on-screen typeboard, yeah, that seems annoying as hell. Windows update, turn back on Windows key, bruh. Hello, 24. Got Roar 3? Oh no. So close and yet so far.
Vortex.
Ba-ba-ba-bum-bum-ba-bum.
Vortex.
Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum.
Butterflies, attack! Yeah. Ta. Ta.
Fixed it.
Heja.
FN plus F10. I see, I see.
Heja.
Uninstalling drivers. Yeah, the classic just janky ass Windows solutions of like trying random things and praying that it works. And this is why I hate dealing with computers.
Vortex. Yeah. Butterflies, attack! Heja. Round and round.
No. I love how to over on kick.
Round and round.
I'm gonna skip all dailies today. We're just straight up gonna grind until like 5 a.m. Zero dailies. Not gonna bother with the KMS stuff either today. Just straight up grind for the whole stream.
Round and round.
Hello, Jolunka. Hello, hello. Yeah, the game was on maintenance, so I got like really invested into playing Kirby's Adventure. Oh yeah, the Kirby emotes.
Butterfly dream.
What did you do yesterday after stream? I just went to bed a bit earlier than usual. Found it strange knowing my daily schedule. I mean, it was just like 1 hour and a half earlier than usual, right? Nothing too crazy.
Round and round. Ha! Yeah, butterflies attack.
Yeah, I fell asleep pretty quick. I don't really need to follow a fixed schedule.
Vortex. Let's play.
Wait, I didn't replace shit.
Vortex. Butterflies attack.
Fountain.
Round and round.
Bum, bum, ba-da-bum. Almost 40% grinded, 267. Good gains. Hello, Samsu.
Round and round. Butterflies attack.
Oh yeah, I need to CC. 240 bill an hour without MVP. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, that's a lot of EXP in one day.
Vortex.
631 mil masses per hour. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Vortex.
Stupid Windows. We hate computers.
Butterflies attack.
Do you use Bing? Nope. I've tried their AI thing a few times. It's okay. But never really used the search engine. I don't know how good it is. You're gonna try bidding on that ThinkPad? Yeah, good luck. New old stock socket A motherboard. Interesting. I mean, I still can't believe someone got a 3080 Ti for 160 euros. I'm very curious to see if they got scammed or not. Like, I want to see the seller's feedback, you know, like a week from now to see if they got scammed or not. Guy you know sold a OEM HP 3070 for 150 not that long ago. That's a really good price, yeah. Also, oftentimes you see people who are legit like, they know it's like an easy fix, and they're too lazy to do that shit, so they just sell it under price. Like, I remember seeing a 3060 Ti for 100 euros because the guy was too lazy to like change the thermal paste, so they just sell it as like overheating, and they just sell it for like, you know, like 100 euros instead of like 100, instead of like 200 or 150, whatever would be a good price for a 3060 Ti. Person who bought it upgraded from a GTX 780 down. Must have been a massive upgrade. Ba-bum-bum-bum.
Round and round.
And like sometimes you find people who are just like they don't even care about selling for a good price. Like they just want to get rid of the shit. Like maybe they're tired of having it and it's taking up space. Like I don't know if you saw the video by Tacky City, but he found an insane deal on basically he got a bunch of 4070s for an average of like 180 like Australian dollars each. So like basically he paid like 10% of the well, maybe not 10%, but like 20% of the value of the card. Because there was like a crypto miner who just had like a fuck ton of 4070s. He had no idea what he was doing. They were barely even used, you know, basically like new. And he tried mining, couldn't figure it out, and just wanted to get rid of the entire mining rig. And that's like 13 4070s or some shit. Like actually insane deal.
Butterflies, attack!
So yeah, if you're someone who has the patience of constantly checking the used market, eventually you run into an insane deal like that where someone is just they just want to get rid of their shit and they don't care about getting good money for it.
Let's play!
Another one I saw was like some guy in Spain was selling like a full PC with like a 5600G and a 3060 Ti, good amount of storage, bundled with like a curved monitor, like a 165 hertz monitor, and just a bunch of peripherals. And they were selling that shit for like 580 euros or something. Like someone got like a really good deal on that shit. Do you think with Streamlink it would be possible to watch stream on a ThinkPad T40? I think you could, yeah. You don't even need Streamlink. MPV with YouTube DL is already able to watch Twitch streams. I don't know which one performs better. I guess it would be a good test. I think it's possible. Because the thing is, you can also select a lower resolution if needed. Like if if source resolution is too much, there's options to select the other quality options. So worst case scenario, you watch in 480p, or if you don't care about the footage, you could watch audio only. Now it's a podcast, and you could do that as well.
Round and round! Yeah! Butterfly green!
Oh, I forgot fountain.
Vortex. Butterflies attack. Round and round.
Mm-hmm. Bum, 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 bum.
Round and round. Butterflies attack.
Oh yeah, I still haven't CC'd. It's down to like 30%. I forgot. Really need to CC. Also, I'm not using coupons. Now it's down to 20%. Lamau.
Vortex. Vortex. Butterfly dream. Round and round.
A warning. I already resummoned. Yeah, good time to CC before I forget again.
Butterflies attack. Teach him a lesson.
Bum, 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 bum. Let me just get rid of all my familiars. Like all the non-rare ones. They're just taking up inventory space, they're so annoying. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, ba-da, bum, bum. What's the burning here? 70%, okay.
Vortex.
Bum, 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 bum.
Vortex. Round and round. Butterfly dream.
Ba-da, ba, bum, ba-da, bum.
Vortex. Let's play.
Mhm. Mhm.
Round and round.
Fountain?
Let's play. Round and round. Butterflies attack.
Bum, 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 bum. Nope, not yet.
Round and round. Let's play.
Ba-da-ba-ba-bum-bum.
Vortex. Butterflies attack. Vortex.
Oh no.
Round and round.
Ba-da-ba-ba-bum.
Butterfly dream.
Mhm.
Round and round.
For gore.
Vortex.
Ba-bum, ba-bum.
Vortex. Let's play. Round and round. Vortex.
Bum, bum, bum.
Vortex. Butterflies attack. Round and round.
Ba-bum, ba-bum,
Let's play.
bum.
Round and round.
Bum, 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 bum.
Vortex.
Bum, bum, bum. Bum.
Butterfly dream. Round and round. Let's play.
Oh wait, I forgot.
Vortex. 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 Butterfly attack.
Probably just gonna stay until 30% burning. Because after maintenance, it's kinda hard to get burning.
Round and round.
Ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum. Mm, mm, mm. Hello, Angelic. Windows is Pepega. It is. Oh no, the rune. Really? Only fixed Windows 10 PDF preview. Oh my god. Only shows blank. Oh my god.
Round and round.
The Doc X doesn't show preview. Oh no. Free to play and play Luna, how do you get cubes most effective? I usually don't need cubes. So like, usually my 250s, they have like epic gear. So like this character, you know, it's mostly epic other than like the Master gear. But if I need to cube beyond like 15% unique, usually I just don't cube. Like I just buy things from the auction house. So I can just buy like a 22-star 5-line item, you know, like a CRE that's like 22 stars and 5-line double legendary goes for like 25 bill. Arcane would be maybe like in the 60 bill range. So I just farm a lot and then I buy things from the auction house. But if you do a lot of daily bosses and weekly bosses, you do get those free cubes, and also you can buy cube service, so you can pay people to use their boss cubes on your items. I don't like doing that. I find that annoying. You know, it's like the reason I don't play Reboot is because I don't want to sit there and cube for hours. So I just take advantage of the auction house, and when the time comes to have good potentials, I just buy them.
Let's play.
But yeah, you don't really prioritize having good potentials for a long time. You shouldn't approach the regular server gear progression the same way as Reboot. You can get so strong by just buying nodes. You know, like buying nodes, you can just buy finished items, spell trace your items properly, and then like there's accessory scrolls, there's pet accessory scrolls, you can get a lot of attack from those. So it's like even if your potentials are terrible, you can be quite strong. Like the first thing I would buy, like when you start going for good potentials, I would buy like a secondary first before you even look at stat stuff. Should you reinstall Windows? I mean, that's the way you fix things on Windows, right? You just reinstall the OS. Pray that it doesn't break again.
Round and round.
And also, like, self-cubing stuff, especially if the things you're cubing are class locked, it's not a good time. Because, like, if you're cubing an accessory and you roll the wrong stat, at least you can sell it and then you can use the master to buy the right stat. But if you're cubing like CRE and you roll the wrong stat, you have to roll over it because it's useless. So it's like, if you can help it, you probably don't want to self-cube stuff. And of course, once you go beyond like 2 lines, it gets very annoying because the optimal way to cube stuff to like 3 lines is to wait for those special cubes like the violet cubes, or if you're going for double prime like on glove, the equality cubes. And the problem with that's a big problem with interactive words that Nexon needs to fix, is that those cubes, they're only on sale like once a year and they're untradeable and you can only buy a limited amount per account. So it's basically guaranteed that you have to just pay other people to cube for you by service, and that's really annoying. And of course, there's all kinds of trust issues if you're giving your item to someone else to cube. So unless you specifically enjoy making your own gear, always try to take advantage of the auction house when you can.
Butterfly dream.
Yeah, like you start, so you can start by just going for 2-line epic with mystical cubes. That's easy to self-cube, and you can transfer hammer to save massos and reveal cost on like Abzos and CRE. And 10 attack B-pots. And then after that, if you need to go beyond that, you know, like if you need to, like maybe you can slowly get to like unique 15% using boss cubes. But if you want to go beyond that, I would probably just hard save Masso until you can buy a finished item. So I would say once you have everything like 17 stars, 15%, like 2-line unique, with good spell tracing, probably just keep that, save up Masso, and start buying finished items. You know, like you buy a finished secondary. You could even buy, like if you're not liberating super fast, you could even buy a really good arcane weapon and then you just resell it later. And yeah.
Let's play.
And with your boss cubes, you could just cube your emblem, or because your emblem you can't buy it. Or if you already have a decent emblem, or you're planning to buy the Saren emblem, then you could just buy, like you could just like cube an accessory, you know, like a superior Gollux accessory or something. And then when you roll good lines, you just sell it on the auction house, and then you use the master to buy what you need. Making CRE set? Well, just do 2-line epic then. Like, get a... You know, get like a low-level item, like a necromancer or something. And then you buy mystical cubes. And then you cube it to epic. 2-line, 6 and 3%, so 9%. Buy mystical bonus cubes. And do the B-pot to 10 attack. And then you transfer hammer, so you can transfer hammer from overall to another overall or to top or bottom. So you go, you know, like from Necromancer, you go Von Leon overall, and then Empress overall or Pencilier, and then CRE top or bottom. And then for the hot is just hot. And then you got yourself some decent potentials on that CRE. And make sure you scroll the CRE before you transfer hammer over it, because you keep the scrolling. I need to use the bottom 1 minute. I'm gonna be right back. Born to drink, forced to pee. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-bum.
Round and round. Yeah. Ha! Butterfly dream. Yeah. Ha!
Oh yeah, coupons. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum.
Vortex.
Bum 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 bum. Any recommendations for Maso Farmer phone account as second main? Main Bowmaster. There's not that many classes that have a similar farming style as Bowmaster. Let me think. What classes did they do recently? Bishop? It's not really similar to Bowmaster though. The answer is always Bishop. Ba-ba-da-bum-bum. Ba-ba-ba-da-bum. I'm not sure. Wind Archer is maybe Wind Archer, but Wind Archer is not really all that similar to Bowmaster in terms of farming. Like the lazy farming on Wind Archer is just it seems like I haven't tried it. Like I active grinded Wind Archer, but the laser rotations just seem like you're rotating a lot of cooldowns, so it seems a lot more complicated than Bowmaster. Oh yeah, AB is yeah, you can do AB. Although it might take you a while to get strong enough for Seeker farming. Like you don't have to be insanely strong, but yeah, you have to be pretty strong for like peak rates with Seeker farming. It's a good boss meal, true.
Vortex. Ha!
I'm also not sure how well Wind Archer keeps up with Frenzy. I know AB can definitely keep up with Frenzy. Yeah, Celestial Roar is really not bad now.
Vortex. Butterfly dream. Ha!
Need to learn the farming. Yeah, like if you play on regular server, there's, you know, Frenzy Totem that increases the spawn rate. And if you use that, then the farming style is gonna be completely different than what I do. Because you have much faster spawn rate.
Butterflies attack.
Wild pot.
Round and round.
Decent EXP so far today. Good stuff. What kind of EXP did you gain? I guess you did like you did high mountain as well, so that's some extra EXP.
Vortex.
750 bill EXP hour each of the first 2 hours. That's so much EXP. And that's with no activations. Yeah, the night troop rates, they go crazy. With activations, okay.
Vortex.
Getting used to Orbianus. Makes sense, makes sense.
Round and round. Butterfly dream. Vortex. Let's play. Vortex. Butterflies attack.
Bum. 18k kill rate hour 1, 18.3k hour 2. Yeah, good stuff. Pretty solid.
Vortex.
Oh yeah, for you, maintenance is good for burning. For me, it's bad because I usually get 100% everywhere. %70% burn after maintenance. Yeah, that's nice.
Vortex.
0 to 10 without maintenance. Yeah, that's a huge buff. Huge EXP.
Round and round.
Bum, 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 bum.
Round and round. Yeah. Butterfly dream.
Bum, 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 bum.
Round and round.
Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Bum, bum, ba-dum.
Round and round. Butterflies attack.
Bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum. Mm.
Round and round.
Damn it.
Vortex.
Ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-bum.
Butterflies attack.
Hello, Dane. Hoyoung looks like a fun class to main. It's definitely a lot of fun. I mean, I haven't bossed on it, but yeah, it's just like... It's just fun and satisfying to play for sure. Wish you could restart your main. All good, yup. Well, you can try it out, like maybe hyper burn it. Use it as a boss mill. See how you like it. Burst heavy class? Yeah, I don't know, I haven't bossed on it. I don't know how the damage distribution is. I think you have kidney stones. Oh no, that is like the scariest shit. Like, you know, that's one of the things just that are most scary to me. Even though it's like you get over it, it's just the idea of it is like nightmare fuel. Three different painkillers. Fuck. As a burst cycle, but mostly DPM since your buffs are up 2 minutes at a time. I see. Small copium, we might get motion. Might hyperburn it one day. Plan for hyperburning is Shade and Hayato. Yeah, makes sense. It's a 2 minutes class. I guess. Like, I legit haven't even looked at my burst skills. Well, the tiger is 3 minutes. What's the other shit? So, well, there's like 3 minute skills. But yeah, I don't know about the other stuff. It's very possible that you have a decent mini burst when those skills are not up. Definitely do your own research, because you know, I barely even boss. So I know as much as you. Definitely don't take anyone's word for it. Just check it out. Look at the skills. I'm very incompetent when it comes to min-maxing and bossing. So, like, this is 90 seconds, for example. This is 3 minutes. It sounds like it's a 3 minutes class with a mini burst every 90 seconds, but I'm not sure. Just based off the cooldowns. Yeah, like, I wouldn't feel qualified to say anything about that unless I was bossing on this for months. And I was doing, like, actually difficult bosses in it. Watch my stream when you train. It'd be like that. I used to watch it. I used to do that Like I used to watch like Skydor when I was grinding off stream
Round and round.
before I streamed. Chip 6 job upgrades for now. Good stuff. Yeah, get those second mastery core levels. Yeah, they're going from 10 to 20 second mastery core. Oh, not even level 10? Easy then.
Vortex.
Yeah, it should be very quick.
Vortex. Butterfly dream.
18.3k frags into 6 job. Getting close to 20k.
Round and round.
Check 6 job quest. Have you never done 6 job advancement? Yeah, so currently it takes 450 bill EXP total. So that takes a few hours. Now, after the milestone update, it becomes 70 bill EXP. So right now it's like every stone is 50 bill EXP and there's 9 stones. But after milestone, it's 10 bill EXP per stone and it's only 7 stones. And you can finish it, basically if it wasn't for the dialogue, even when you're not one-shotting, you would be able to finish it within like half an hour, especially if you're on 3x coupons or, you know, with Night Troop. But because the dialogue just takes forever, it takes more like 40 to 45 minutes if you're not one-shotting. Maybe half an hour if you're one-shotting. That's after milestone. So if you just wait, maybe you don't want to wait though. But yeah, like if you don't need it immediately, like you're not actively playing or whatever, you can do it after the November 20th patch, and it's gonna be a lot faster. Yeah, it's gonna be so nice for me. Like, I don't think well, I mean, I was gonna get 6 job and everything eventually, but like only when I actually start grinding them past 260, right? But now that it's so easy, you know, I can just get it done. Played Shade to 250? Yeah, I've played remastered Shades and pre-remastered Shade both to 250.
Vortex.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. How does it feel post remaster? The bossing is kind of like playing remastered AB, so it's like a 1 minute cycle. So big burst, small burst every 1 minute, and you have like a short key down like AB. So they simplified and compressed the burst a lot, which I like the simplicity as a boss meal. I don't really like the new visuals that much. Like some of them are better, some of them are worse. It's kind of a mixed bag. And the mobbing is quite a bit better. They added a new summon, which is it lasts 1 minute, but it has a 30 seconds cooldown. So it's a very lenient summon. It's also a very strong summon. And yeah, it helps a lot with clearing mobs. It's kind of like you have a dark flare. It's not, maybe not as good, like vertically, not as good as dark flare. But yeah, it's a pretty wide summon. It helps a lot.
Vortex. Butterflies attack.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great boss meal because of the cooldown cycle.
Butterflies attack.
Energy? Where's my energy?
Let's play.
Yeah, it's like it's more about how comfortable the cooldowns are for a boss meal than how strong the class is. Because you're gonna overfund them anyway.
Round and round. Butterflies attack.
Level up mules with pot in the winter event. There's like there's strawberry farm. Remember that there's also strawberry farm, and there's 0 to 100 during the winter patch. So that means you can, like, strawberry farm is accessible at level 101. You don't need to go all the way to 140. And also the 0 to 100 gets you to level 101 in like 5 minutes. How many attempts? You can buy 5 tickets per week. So 5 entries per week. And you get more than enough coins to buy them. And you can do them all back to back. You don't have to do it one per day. You can do them all in one day. As long as you have coins. How many 0 to 100 can we do? It's 7. But yeah, remember, like, if you're thinking about grinding characters to 140, remember that there's the 0 to 100. So definitely do enough characters to do the bumper cars in this event. But don't make level 140s for the winter patch, because you can get 7 level 101s immediately using the, well, immediately, like within 5 minutes each, using the 0 to 100 event, and then you just strawberry farm them to 200. You can probably get like 10 level 200s using strawberry farm for the whole event. One ticket, level 200. No, it's not that fast, but it gives you like, I don't remember exactly, but I think the first, let's say like you run strawberry farm at 101, I think you get to like 148, for example, from one run, 101 to 148, maybe something like that. So it only takes a few runs to get to 200, and 5 runs per week, and the event is it's a very long event. I don't remember how many weeks you can get strawberry farm for, but it's a lot of strawberry farm runs. So I wouldn't worry about making 140s, especially because I don't even remember if there's that many extreme growth potions in the winter patch. It's mainly just strawberry farm and 0 to 100. Like, there's definitely some growth potions. I just don't remember how many. I don't know if it's like a crazy amount or not. You have 11 characters to do in Bara. Easy. Like, check the orange mushroom posts of all the parts of the event. It's a lot. I remember the double up, like, champion event, whatever you want to call it. I think that had a few extreme growth potions. Last event was 200 plus. Well, remember that event formats change. Like, the strawberry farm is very different from previous events, because previously it was 3 runs per week and you could only do 1 run per day, but now it's 5 tickets per week and you can use them back to back. So I don't remember exactly, but yeah, this event format is a bit different than previous events in many ways. Like, for example, the champion event, you can buy, well, just in general, you can buy mag pots for coins in this winter patch. And like the champions event, you can get 2 mag pots on each one of your 3 selected characters. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There's like unique emblem for each of the characters. I just don't remember the extreme growth potions, so check orange mushroom. It's multiple posts. It's like a 4 months patch. It's such a long patch. Like, the milestone event shit is still going on KMS. Like, right now, the events, well, okay, the events just ended like in yesterday's patch, but there is still shit going on. I think there's another event thing other than Asmus that I'm pretty sure there's like more shit. Basically, milestone is still going on in KMS right now, even though we're almost getting milestone here. Crazy long patch. You're gonna need an IDE to SATA adapter for an SSD. You get the ThinkPad, you're gonna use it for studying Japanese. Yeah, honestly, that's a good way to put yourself in the right mindset and like prevent yourself from getting distracted. You know, just get a dedicated device and space to do your studying that just like legit cannot do the distracting things, right? So you can fully focus. Like, honestly, one of my most one of my biggest bursts of productivity was like one random day. It was cold and I was in bed because I didn't want to get out of bed because it was so cold. And I was like on a shitty laptop in bed, and I just started coding some random shit because like I couldn't really game on that laptop. I couldn't really do much on that laptop, and also like, you know, in bed it's not like you can do much with a laptop. And from that I started basically I was inspired to do all those to learn how to code without the C standard library. And from that I mean, you haven't seen it, but like I basically wrote a giant ass write up on how to code like with no standard library in C. And I mean, it's kind of hard. I guess it's kind of hard to like explain, but basically I had a huge burst of productivity and just inspiration to learn something on that particular day. And then another time I had no internet for an entire day, and that's how I made those like that's what started those coding videos where I was doing like bare metal programming in assembly. I didn't know what to do, so I just started reading like the x86 manual and just like studying assembly because I didn't have any internet for a day. Registry editor, that the job. Yeah, it's just like the problem with Windows is that whenever you need to tweak something that is not in the like undocumented, like everything is undocumented, so anything that is not in like the control panel, it's just undocumented regedit options that maybe you can find them on Google, but it's all undocumented and unsupported. It's very annoying. But yeah, basically my two biggest inspiration moments to learn something new and just do a cool project that actually ended up materializing into the actual project happened because either I didn't have internet or I was on a very limited machine where all I could do was like type code into a terminal. 3 years ago, yeah. So yeah, I definitely invite you to at least like, obviously like, it's not something that's gonna work to infinity, but once in a while, putting yourself in an environment like that can stimulate creativity and motivation. You know, like you could just take your laptop, put everything you need on it. So everything you need to like study, and also it's like the thing is when you have the internet, it's easy to like get overwhelmed because you have too much information. So it's like for example, if you're trying to learn how to code something and you have the internet, you're gonna spend hours just looking at examples and other people's code. But if you're offline and all you have is the documentation and the manual for things, and maybe a few basic examples, then you can stay focused and not kind of get too lost in like, you know, looking at other people's code. And yeah, it's not bad to have infinite access to information, but it's easy to it's hard to tame that power. So, you know, it's kind of like having really fancy tools versus having the most basic tools. It's really easy to get overwhelmed and lost when you have really fancy tools that are complicated to use
Vortex.
and complicated to set up. And there are cases where yeah, basically it takes someone who's like really experienced to tame the more advanced stuff and take advantage of it rather than it being detrimental. So it's very much the same thing with learning. It's also like it happens with games too, like in the era of Steam sales allowing you to buy hundreds of games for pennies. You can get into a situation where it's like you have a million games in your Steam library and you're like overwhelmed and you can't like really focus and enjoy one game, and you just keep like playing random games and dropping them. So yeah, it's like sometimes there's like mind tricks like that where you just restrict yourself to the simplest possible environment, and that does wonders.
Round and round. Yeah.
Like the reason people have fond memories of certain games in their childhood is also because they couldn't just go out and buy like 50 other games immediately, both because we didn't have the technology to instantly buy digital games, and also because, well, there were not that many games. So they have fond memories of playing that game because that's the only game they had, or maybe they only had like 2 games on their computer. Hello, Mr. 210.
Round and round.
Played hours of Tetris on your Game Boy, nice. Games were expensive, yeah, that too. I mean, when you're, you know, when you have to convince your parents to buy you a game, you're gonna wanna get good mileage out of that game. But yeah, just you know, put all the essential studying material on your laptop, and then just go outside, you know, go at a park and just sit there and study. Try that. You don't have to do it every day. Try it one day. Best gift to a kid was PC to learn how to pirate stuff with. True, but even with pirating stuff, like, it took ages to download a big game back then. So it was still like you really wanted to get good mileage out of that one game. I mean, it's not always like that. Like I still have a CD from back in the day with MAME and like a million, you know, classic NES games and shit. But it was definitely more common for someone to be like stuck in a very minimal environment with only a few games available, and then they really explore those games. And that's how those fond memories of games are created, because you're not constantly distracted by having infinite access to infinite games and information. Even though it's objectively good to have infinite access to infinite games and information, very few people can handle having that. Used to play games from a floppy. Yeah. I mean, I'm not, like, my earliest gaming experiences were on CD rather than floppy, but I have used floppies. But yeah, I didn't really go through like the DOS gaming era. Although I do wanna visit, like, I do wanna explore that era of gaming. I do have real DOS hardware that I can play DOS games on. Right now I'm just playing Famicom games, but yeah, eventually I'm gonna get to the DOS stuff as well. Used to save your game savings from your game because you couldn't afford a PC. You would like, yeah, I mean, cloning floppies and shit. I have so many burnt CD-ROMs and DVDs of like random games from the early 2000s. I still have them. Like they're all still here and they still work. I still have my Age of Empires 1 burnt disc that still works. And I also specifically remember that the local library here, they had a copy of Final Fantasy VIII for PC. I don't know why they had it, but I cloned that shit real fast. Mules never struggle. First Arcadium kill, you got a dummy. What the hell? That's crazy. Hello, Mickey Flowers. Was there a maintenance last night? There was a maintenance a few hours ago. Like 8 hours ago or something? 7 hours ago, I forgot. I didn't resummon shit. Love maintenance gives you the reason to stand up and go pee. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care when there's maintenance on Maple. It's like I have so many things I want to do anyway that it's like I just move on to the next thing. It's not like my entire existence is Maple Story. I just happen to be focusing on Maple Story right now. But yeah, like during maintenance, I was playing Kirby's Adventure on Famicom. Also recorded some nice footage from it. Like I was like I bit the game today during maintenance, and I was so impressed with the final boss fight and just how good they made it look for NES graphics that I had to record it. Especially because I couldn't find any footage of that boss fight recorded from a real CRT TV. Because it looks so much better than a capture card. Touching grass. But yeah, there's so many things. Like, you know, like I want to get into learning some more like electronics and how to repair electronics and stuff like that. There's a million like retro games I want to play, many different retro consoles I want to set up and stuff. Never played that game. It's really impressive. Like basically, like if you so to put it into perspective, the console that game runs on, most early games for that console looked like the first Super Mario Bros. And Donkey Kong's, to give you an idea of like what kind of graphics you would expect. Very simple graphics. But then the Kirby game is like as if it's one generation ahead in graphics. They used every trick imaginable to make it look cool. Ever played Pokemon? I played like the first gen. Let me send you the footage I recorded. But basically, like, so this game, where is it? Like, look at this boss fight. So this game runs on the same hardware that you would expect like the original Super Mario Bros. And like Donkey Kong, right? So think of how those games look, and look at how this games look. This game looks. It doesn't even look like it runs on the same platform as those games, because it's like one step above in terms of like effects and graphics and stuff. But somehow they were able to make it run on the original NES. Probably using every possible trick imaginable to take advantage of the hardware. Never played any of the original Pokemon, but loved Pokemon Go. Yeah, that's fair. I only played the first like 3 or 4 gens, and I need to revisit the Pokemon franchise. But I would say those types of games are a bit of an acquired taste. Just like, I mean, Pokemon is a JRPG. JRPGs in general, it's a cool, like, I love the genre, but it's like, to an outsider, it looks there's some things that are just like kind of weird, like the random encounters and how repetitive they can get. Some of them are grindy, so it's kind of like I guess it's a genre that's hard to get into for outsiders, but I always loved it. Looks fast paced. Yeah, that boss fight is sick. But yeah, look at the visuals, right? And like, look at the visuals, and so, and like, put it into context. On that console, you would expect games like the original Super Mario Bros. And Donkey Kong, and then you have something that looks like this. Now, it is released much later than those games, so over time, people figured out how to optimize for the hardware, but it's still like insanely impressive what they managed to do. And it's like they don't pull out all the tricks until the final boss fight. So like the game looks really good, but like it doesn't look that insane until you get to the final boss. And then that final boss fight, they just used everything they had to make it look as cool as possible. Play Pokemon Black and White. Yeah, eventually we're gonna get to it. It's just like, I prioritize older games. So yeah, slowly I make it through my infinite backlog. Watching my Blender character video. Oh yeah, that video was cool. Even though like that shader that generates anime eyes is not really an efficient way to do it. It was a very fun project to play around with. Variety streams at 11k Legion. I mean, maybe at some point I will dedicate like one day a week to random stuff that is not Maple, and then just grind like an extra hour the other days or something. We will see. Like the soundtrack in Pokemon, or you mean like the game I linked? I mean, Pokemon always has banger soundtracks. I love Kirby. Yeah, Kirby has insanely good soundtracks too. Another thing with Kirby is that the sound chip of that console is extremely limited. So like the sound chip on that console is comparable to like the Game Boy, but there's a lot of tricks to make it sound like more than what it is. So like for example, if you listen to like the first Dragon Quest games that were released on that console, the music is very primitive, much more primitive than what you hear on Kirby. But Kirby is just using a bunch of tricks to basically pretend like they have a more powerful sound chip than what they actually have. They're just very smart with how they use the sound chip. Yeah, Pokemon has good soundtracks always. Like, even like the Game Boy era games, banger soundtracks. The newer games with the iconic MIDI instruments, also just really cool music style. Like I've listened to newer Pokemon music too, even though I've never played the newer games, and I love all of it.
Butterfly dream.
Oh, I still need to CC. What the?
Round and round. Ha!
But yeah, that video also showcases why you really need a CRT TV or monitor to play games from that era, because the graphics are intended for a CRT and they look so much better on a CRT, and you don't really understand until you experience it on a CRT. There's just a very specific way where like you see the scan lines and you see like the pixels are basically there's like, if you zoom in, it's not like a solid square. There's like a lot of small dots that form the pixel. So there's like, you know, red, green, and blue dots that combine together to make the pixel. And it just looks very different. Like that's why emulators have like CRT filters, because they're trying to emulate that. And it just looks infinitely better than if I play on an emulator or if I capture it, like if I use like a modern monitor. It just looks way better on the CRT TV. Just everything feels so flat, and the colors don't look good if you don't use a CRT TV. It's basically like the entire screen has a very distinct texture when you're on a CRT.
Butterflies attack.
Yeah, definitely the thing I love about Maple is infinitely building up my account. But I also like playing Maple as like a roguelike game. Like when I do progression from scratch in Burning Wood in Maple, it's kind of like playing a roguelike game a bit, because you don't always know what to expect. So fresh progression is also a fun aspect for many people, I would say.
Vortex.
So Maple has both. You can be seasonal. You can do seasonal progression. It's nice to have both, basically. I like. I feel like many other MMOs lack seasonal content like that. But you also don't want that to be the only thing. You don't want to force seasonal gameplay. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with how WoW or Diablo handle that. Do they really wipe your progress every season? I mean, there's games that do that successfully, like Path of Exile, but you really have to design the entire game around that idea. Yeah, I didn't know WoW was like that. I thought there was at least some way to have permanent progression. Isn't it just like... Isn't it more like the new expansion makes the old gear obsolete, so you technically still have your old gear, but it's useless now? Yeah, so it's more like... It's not like you lose progression, it's more like the reset progression. Like the previous progression is like obsolete immediately, which is not a good design. Yeah, it's so much more interesting when you don't immediately make gear irrelevant, because then people can come up with interesting gear setups that are more budget rather than using the best gear that's available. It's more interesting when you don't immediately have all the best in slot stuff, and then you can make plans for how much of the best in slot stuff you want to get, depending on your budget. Yeah, exactly. It kind of it kind of feels like it doesn't even feel good to have the best in slot gear, because it's so on rails, right? It's like Oh, I completed all the new content, so now I immediately have all the best in slot gear. Everyone else has it, so it's not even special. It's just like, congratulations, you completed the new content. Now you get to just do nothing until the next update. So it's like, it's okay to have things like that, and Maple has some things like that, that is like, oh, you just complete the event and you get something. But it's also good to have things other than that, because then there's just more motivations to set goals for yourself. There's catch-up mechanics too. Yeah, definitely not my type of thing. I mean, I don't know, because the thing is, I play MMORPGs like a single player game, so maybe I find like some weird way that I enjoy playing the game. But I definitely, for me, the long term, like hoarding things and building up the account is a big part of the experience with MMOs. Yeah, it's like, it's fine to have things that are guaranteed and have catch-up mechanics like that. But if that's all you have, then it's really boring. It's like, what are you even working towards? You're just like... It's like, imagine if you complete the pre-quest for Lotus and Damien and they just give you Abzu gear for completing the pre-quest. And all you did was hold down spacebar and do story mode boss.
Round and round.
Like, that would be very boring. Would be sick. I mean, would be sick for established players, but it wouldn't really be a good experience for a new player. Because it doesn't show you like, look, there's all these things that you can work towards long term.
Butterfly dream.
So if I was a new player and I saw that, I would be like, well, what else is there in this game? Is everything like this? Imagine have everything in Maple reset every 3 months. Well, the thing is, Maple can do both, because you have Burning Wood, so it's nice to have that, but you also don't have to play like that. And it gives you a permanent character after you finish it. But yeah, for sure, it would be the opposite of what Maple players like to do.
Vortex.
would be cool is having rotating maps be different levels. Most of Maple is not explored because everyone is only grinding Arcane Reaver or Cernium. Would love if there's places where monster levels change every 3 months. Hello, Sardine. Yeah, would be an interesting concept for sure. Ever just travel from Genesis to Temple of Time by foot and playing just to feel something? Nice.
Butterflies, attack!
We'll have to see more classes. I'm sure they're gonna do that when they run out of content. Like, once we reach another, like another period of stagnation, like before they released Grandis and Six Job, I'm sure we're gonna see more new classes being released. But I think right now they're focusing on new content, expanding the end game, and people are invested into doing the new content, and it takes so much grinding to get to the latest content. So it's like Naxxon is focusing on other things, and also people would not really play a new class much because they're so focused on the new content. 3 new classes before Kaiser Remaster? Hopefully not. Like, my expectation for the KMS winter patch is they're probably gonna release 1 or more new bosses. I think they could even release like 2 new bosses, because it's like we have all these new areas and there's no bosses that we're doing in these new areas. So it just feels like they're probably just gonna release new bosses and more of those new accessories. And that's what I'm expecting mainly. I'm not expecting a new class yet. I feel like they're gonna like release all the grandest areas all the way to level 300, and then they make level 300 a lot easier than it is now. And then maybe they will start release. There's gonna be like another period of stagnation when 6 job is mostly complete, and then maybe they start releasing new classes. Well, I think they're doing a good job with quality of life and stuff like that, which does make the game feel better for the average player, like the Maple scheduler and stuff. But I think they should definitely try to do a better job with tutorials. Like, do more things like the Terra Blink tutorial, except expand onto other fundamentals of the game. That would definitely be a good thing to focus on, especially for new players. Roll back all mobbing skills to pre-Big Bang. Buff EXP for early, nerf EXP on late game. You don't need to do that. Like, they always do EXP curve crunches anyway. That happens all the time. You know, once we have level 300 content, they're gonna make 6 job grind a lot easier. They're gonna make just leveling to 300 a lot easier, and you know, leveling to 260 is probably gonna become even faster. And then eventually they're probably gonna raise the level cap to 325, and they're probably gonna raise like they're probably gonna release either release new areas that go up to 325 with new symbols, or raise the symbol level cap to 20 for the grandest symbols. And then level 300 is gonna be just like not even that special anymore. They're gonna make it a lot easier. You already know that they always do that. Well, 260 is easier than it ever was though. They keep making it easier. So it's gonna happen again. As it always does. Like in New Age, 260 became twice as fast as it was before. And, you know, give it a few years, it's gonna become even easier. And it's just gonna keep going that way as they raise the level cap. Nerf everything so the players suffer. So I think in terms of quality of life, they're doing a great job. It's everything I ever asked for in terms of the quality of life stuff. Everything everything I was annoyed at for years and years. They just keep fixing all those things. A hard reset all the items, imagine. But the new player situation is, they could definitely use some better tutorials. Like, it's hard to help new players learn, right? If you're a very experienced player, you know, someone deep in the end game, it's easy to be like, you know, I want to play the game for them. I want to make sure they do everything efficiently and never make mistakes. But then you're just telling them what to do and you're not teaching them why they should be doing that. And it's overwhelming, yeah. New players could definitely use a tutorial that teaches you the fundamentals without any opinionated things like without focusing too much on the meta, basically, so that you have the knowledge to figure out your own meta and eventually understand why the meta way to play is the meta and why people do certain things, versus being like, oh, this streamer told me that I'm supposed to get this gear and do all these things because that's the right way to play, so I'm just gonna follow those instructions. And then maybe you don't really understand why you're doing those things, and then maybe you know, maybe you're not even able to do it the optimal way because you don't understand what you're doing. You don't have the knowledge to make your own decisions, basically. Like, there's an event that you don't understand, you're always gonna ask the streamer to tell you what to do, because you don't have the knowledge to have like your own opinion on what you should be doing during that event. If there's a new content, new system introduced, maybe you're just gonna ask everyone else to tell you what to do because you don't have the knowledge to figure it out yourself. So that's the problem. We have a lot of people who are very knowledgeable about this game, but it's really hard to put that information in a way that is useful for a new player to enjoy the game. It's not about the new player progressing as quickly as possible and getting up to speed. It's about teaching them the fundamentals so they can figure out their own way to play the game and have fun with it. Well, the class discards can suffer from the same issue though, because it's advanced knowledge and it's all like meta focused. It's more like you end up thinking like, I need to follow these instructions because that's what people say is the right way to play, and you don't really understand why why that is, you know, why that's the best way to do it. Like oftentimes you see people ask like, what's a good amount of IED, because maybe they don't understand how IED works. They don't understand how the damage formula works, because it's like the best IED is whatever is optimal given your current stats. So given like your boss damage and other things. So depending on like the boss defense and all of that, it's like, well, the best IED is whatever would give you less damage if you had more or less of it, and the balance is like different depending on each situation, right? People would hold spacebar to it. Well, think about like brand new players who are not into the culture of holding down spacebar. Someone who's never seen MapleStory before. And you can make the tutorial interesting. It's not easy to pull off, but there are ways. It's just game design. Like, I'm not a game designer, but like, if you look at some well-made games, they secretly explain the game mechanics to you without explaining them. So just the way the first levels in a game are designed, they, through repetition and hints, they make you understand the core game mechanics, even though there's no like wall of text explaining. And so a good game designer could probably figure out ways to give you intuition for how things function in this game. The problem is that most likely when all these systems were initially designed, the developers had no idea what the meta would look like and how people would use them, which is fine. Like, it's more interesting than something that is very deliberately designed and very on rails. But it also means that you need someone to like once the community figures out the meta way to play, someone needs to make a good tutorial for that. A tutorial that gives you fundamentals that you will realistically use if you're playing the game like most people are playing it. And yeah, it's not easy. And yeah, like the Terra Blink thing, I think it's a good start. If they made more tutorials like that, maybe put even more effort into it, I think they could explain a lot of things to a brand new player without them having to seek out advanced knowledge and class discords. It's also not a good intro to a game if you have to join a Discord to even get started playing. Like, we're okay with joining all the class Discords and seeking out all the information because we're experienced, advanced players. We're more dedicated to video games than most people. But if you imagine someone who's never played Maple before, is a casual gamer, you know, you should design your game so that you can figure it out by just playing the game without any external information. Or at least you should at least make an effort. We have a small new player base. Yeah, because the game is not designed to be friendly to new players and to explain itself well. And don't underestimate the new player base also. Like, there's pretty big VTubers showing off MapleStory. And a lot of Zoomers are potentially watching those VTubers and are potentially interested in this game. Like even like it's not even just sponsored streams. Like I know at least one VTuber who is like a pretty big Hololive VTuber who just legit plays Maple Story. Like they're a Mapler, like they, you know, it's not like they're just doing it as a sponsored stream.
Round and round. Butterfly dream.
Ba-bum.
Vortex.
So yeah, it's very difficult to help a new person learn when you have very advanced knowledge, because you just want to tell them the exact correct answer to everything, which is too much to process. So you have to figure out how to break it down into smaller steps that maybe by themselves are not the optimal correct way to play, but they can figure out how to put them together.
Vortex. Butterflies attack.
Like it's the same with grinding rotations. If you just tell someone to go, like you tell someone like go to these maps, those are the good maps, they just go to those maps, then a new area comes out and they're gonna come to you and they're gonna ask you what maps to go to because they haven't learned anything. But if you explain to them how mob spawn works, how there is a fixed amount of mobs per spawn cycle and all of that, then maybe they're gonna ask you what's the mob counts in the new area, and then they figure out what maps they want to grind at. Are you not allowed to touch Maple Woods? Not until January. They said in January they're gonna open it for EU. So yeah, like maybe you just explain to them how spawn works and you let them experiment with different maps. And instead of telling them like, oh, those maps are not good, just go to these maps, just let them experiment. They will figure out what works with them, works for them. They will look at other people grind as well and compare it with theirs with understanding of how spawn works and all of that. So that's like a very simple example of how you should teach things. And now applying that principle to more complicated things is difficult. I could not do it. It takes a really good teacher to break everything down like that. How stupid is that? Yeah, I don't really know. Like, I don't know if it's like legal memes, you know, like they have to get licensing shit done. Or maybe it's like their way of limiting, because they said soft launch, so you could see it maybe like an open beta, and then once they feel like they have it and it's running well, then they open it to everyone. I don't know. like at least for me personally, when I'm learning something new, I don't want to be told just do this, you're gonna save time. If someone tells me that, I'm gonna do the exact opposite of that. Because some of the most enjoyable learning experiences were just banging my head against the wall and like trying to figure out my own way to do something, and then I figure out maybe like a very inefficient way to do something, or I just try out doing things a certain way, and then over time I just try different things, and maybe I end up doing things like the meta, or maybe not. But that's just how I enjoy games.
Vortex. Vortex.
Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome, for tapping. Welcome again.
Vortex.
Boom, boom.
Butterfly dream.
Wait, do I need to CC or not? No.
Round and round. Round and round. Butterflies attack.
No.
Vortex.
When is next cube event? No idea. I saw people are saving for cube sale. I don't know when that is.
Vortex. Round and round. Butterfly dream. Round and round. Vortex. Butterflies attack. Vortex.
504 bill EXP without activations. Nice, nice. It's crazy how much EXP the activations are. bum, 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 bum.
Round and round. Ha! Yeah.
Need more EXP buffs. Only grinded 2 trill EXP so far today. That's not bad. Are you aiming for what, 3 trill today? Damn, I already made 75%. Good reads.
Vortex. Yeah. Vortex. Yeah. Butterflies attack.
Until you start to feel tired? Yeah, makes sense.
Round and round. Yeah. Round and round. Butterflies attack. Round and round.
Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, bum, bum.
Vortex.
Bum, 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 bum.
Butterfly dream.
Oh no.
Butterflies, attack! Vortex! Round and round!
Oh yeah, it's almost a reset. Yeah, get ready for a reset.
Vortex! Round and round! Butterfly dream!
Ba-da-ba-ba-boom. Maintenance, yeah, that's true. Same. Oh no, there's a mosquito. Did I get it? I don't think I got it. That sucks. Reset in 9 minutes. Up, 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 up.
Vortex.
Ba-bum, bum.
Vortex. Butterflies attack.
Got the hang of it. It's still pretty tricky for me to keep track of everything, but yeah, this map is quite a bit easier than Celos.
Vortex. Vortex. Round and round. Round and round. Butterflies attack.
Up, 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 Bum, bum, bum. Oh yeah, it's reset. Happy reset. More activations. Let's go, let's go.
Round and round. Vortex. Butterfly.
Bum, bum, bum.
Round and round. Round and round. Butterflies attack.
Ba-da-ba-bum. Na-na-na.
Round and round.
Hello, Andres. Welcome back.
Let's play.
New kill record BA. What kind of raids? Oh, wild pod. Wild pod.
Round and round.
65k. Damn, that's crazy.
Butterflies attack.
Isn't hoyoung just great to farm on? Not the easiest class to farm for me, just because of having to keep track of stuff. Like having to keep track of vortex and tonic is kind of difficult for me. But it's definitely like not the most difficult Like, it's on the harder side for me, but not the most difficult, and it's very satisfying to play. $480 mil, insane massive raids. Farming on the main, actually nice. Yeah, that's basically like the absolute high end of frenzy raids.
Round and round. Butterfly dream.
So I guess a shadower can do even 500 mil an hour on frenzy. That's crazy. Yeah, I thought 450 would be the high end, but it seems like you can even do 500. See, that's the difficulty I have with hoyoung. I forget that I already replaced vortex, and then I try to press it again and it goes away. Or either that, or I completely forget to go and replace vortex. So it's hard to sustain perfect rates. It's hard to get it consistent, basically, because of that. Too much mental overhead.
Vortex. Butterflies attack. Round and round.
Time to do a wapadi. Nice, nice.
Vortex.
Finally, hard calling first try. Nice, nice. Big congrats on the clear. Not first time. Oh, I see. Just first try clear, I see. Yeah, actually you told me, I remember. Grift again.
Vortex. Butterflies attacked.
Yeah, almost done with Hoyoung.
Round and round.
1260 all classes. Yeah, maybe within the next like 2 years. Maybe like 1 year and a half.
Vortex.
Yeah, eventually.
Butterflies attack.
You have to get the 7-day Monster Parker badge. And you can. It's a small game. I think it gives you what, 10 ID? I forgot. Yeah, I never had that until very recently. Like I did Monster Park and my Shadower for some time. And eventually I got that, but then I stopped doing Monster Park again. And it's not even on my Dark Knight, it's on my Shadower. Because Shadower was the only class where I could handle doing Monster Park. But then I got tired of that as well.
Vortex. Butterfly dream. Vortex. Let's play.
Oh, forgot. up, up.
Vortex.
Up, up, boom. Epic music, yeah. I forgot what playlist this is, but it's a good one.
Butterfly dream.
One, will you consider your Legion grind complete? Just when I get tired of it and I move on to other things.
Vortex. Round and round. Vortex.
Up, up, bum.
Round and round.
Da-da-da-dum.
Round and round.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum.
Vortex. Butterflies attack.
Ba-ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum. Yeah, what OST was this? I forgot. It was... Oh yeah, it's Genshin. Right. It is Genshin. Got rifted. Apparently I already replaced that and I forgot. Is Maple Story considered a gacha game? Yeah, Maple Story is the OG gacha game. Maple Story probably was the pioneer of the genre. At least in the way that we know them now, like loot boxes, and all the other gacha mechanics. Maple Story pioneered that. Not I think to be proud of, but yeah.
Vortex. Butterfly dream.
The key defining feature,
Vortex.
just the RNG mechanics, like the loot boxes and similar stuff. Just the fact that it appeals to whales, like it's designed for whales to dump a ton of money into it to try and min-max their gear. It was always designed like that. At least as soon as they added like cubes and shit. I mean, the gacha one was already like that, but once they added like cubes, and just other RNG things that were pay to win, that really that's when they really pioneered gachas as we know them now. Gacha elements still present in Heroic. There is the NX stuff like surprise boxes, but Heroic is a very new server. Like, I forgot when Reboot launched, but it was much later. Like, Maple Story was doing gacha mechanics way before Reboot even existed.
Vortex. Round and round.
You never thought you would play a gacha game, find it so fun? Always thought gachas like Ancient and Blue Archive would be pretty cringe. I drop money for character pulls. Yeah, but there's always the free-to-play route, right? The difference is a lot of those mobile gacha games, just the average gacha game, you can't really grind it infinitely, so it's like you're doing your dailies for a really long time and then you save enough to do some pulls. Versus Maple doesn't put as much of a limit on how much you can grind. So sometimes the people who are just way too far gone with gacha games, they will play multiple of them because they're all time gated. So they can just do dailies 24/7 on like a million different gacha games. But like, I'm sure some of them are fun as a free-to-play. If you find your own path to play them. Of course. Why did they think I was gonna resummon Vortex?
Butterflies attack. Round and round. Vortex. Ha! Yeah. Yeah. Ha! Vortex. Ha! Ha! Butterfly dream. Ha!
Up, 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 bum, 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 bum.
Round and round. Let's play. Vortex. Vortex. Round and round. Butterfly dream. Vortex.
Bada boom, bada boom.
Round and round. Butterfly dream.
Bum, 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 bum.
Vortex. Yeah. 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 Ta. Heja. Yeah. Ta. Ta. Ha. 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 Ta. Vortex. Ha. Ha. Butterfly dream. Ha. 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 Vortex. Yeah. Heja. Ha. Yeah.
Mm.
Round and round. Heja. Heja. Butterflies attack.
Oh yeah, I need to see you.
Vortex. Heja. Yeah.
249. Cool, cool, cool.
Vortex. Yeah. Butterfly dream. Heja.
Grats, thank you, thank you. I love this shamisen track.
Round and round.
It's probably super fun to play too. Like if you have a shamisen and you try to play it. Oh yeah, I need to see.
Vortex. Hesha! Hesha! Butterfly dream. Huh. Yeah. Hesha! Heh. Ha! Ta! Hesha! Ta! Round and round. Ta-ha! Ta-ha! Hesha! Ha! Ta! Heh! Ha! Ta! Ha! Round and round. Yeah. Butterflies attack. Ha! Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Ta-ha! Ta! Hesha! Ta! Vortex. Hesha! Ta-ha! Ta-ha! Yeah. Heh. Hesha! Yeah. Vortex. Ta-ha! Ha! Butterflies attack. Hesha!
Well done.
Yeah. Ha! Ha! Ta-ha! Round and round. Ha! Yeah. Ha! Ha! Ta-ha! Heh. Hesha! Ha! Heh. Ha! Ta-ha! Vortex.
Finally 285. Big congrats, Hatu. Now you can chill.
Round and round.
4 thrill a day, damn. That's a lot of EXP.
Let's play.
Chill grind to 290, very nice.
Butterfly dream.
Last coupon of the week. Or last coupon of this character, I guess.
Vortex. Let's play. Round and round.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Round and round. Round and round. Yeah. Ha. Vortex.
Ba-da-ba-da-boom.
Vortex.
Ba-dum.
Round and round. Butterfly dream.
Ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-bum, 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 ba-bum.
Vortex. Round and round.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-bum.
Vortex.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum.
Vortex.
Ba-da-bum.
Round and round. Butterfly dream.
Can grift. I'm probably gonna grind like another 2 hours. Ba-da-ba-dum.
Vortex. Butterflies attack.
Bum, ba-da-ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba-da-ba-dum, bum.
Round and round.
Mhm. Giga banger.
Butterflies attack. Round and round. Vortex. Butterfly dream.
Bum, bum, bum. Round and round. Bum, bum.
Round and round. Butterfly dream.
Oh, there's a rune. Oh, I already resummoned that and now it's griefed. Round and round. Butterfly dream. Bum, 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 bum.
Round and round. Hezha! Hezha! Butterfly dream. Ha! Vortex. Ha! Yeah! Yeah! Ha! Yeah! Ta! Ta! Ha! Yeah! Ha! Ta! Ha! Yeah! Round and round. Ha! Ha! Butterflies attack. Hezha! Round and round. Yeah. Yeah. Hezha! Ha! Round and round. Ha! Butterfly dream. Hezha! Hezha! Ta! Hezha! Yeah! Ha! Ta! Ta! Round and round. Hezha! Ha! Round and round. Butterfly dream. Vortex. Round and round. Round and round. Round and round. Butterflies attack. Vortex. Round and round. Butterflies attack. Vortex. Hesha. Hesha. Yeah. Vortex. Hesha. Yeah. Round and round. Hesha. Yeah. 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 Round and round. Ha! Ha! Ha!
Ba-bum-ba-bum.
Yeah. Vortex. Hesha. Hesha.
Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Whoopsie. Wait, no, we're not doing that.
Hesha. Vortex. Yeah. Hesha. Hesha. Butterfly dream. Hesha. Hesha.
Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-bum. Bum, bum, bum.
Let's play. Round and round. Hesha. Ha! Vortex. Yeah. Butterfly dream. Ha! Ha! Ta! Ta! Ha! Ta! Yeah. Ha! Ta! Vortex. Ta! Ha! Ha! Hezha! Hezha! Ha! Ta! Vortex! Ta! Hezha! Hezha! Butterfly dream! Hezha! Ta! Ha! 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 Ta! Ta! Ha! Hezha! Ta! Ta! Vortex! Ha! Hezha! Ha! Ta! Yeah! Ha! Hezha! Ha! 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 Ta! Ha! Ha! Round and round. Yeah. Yeah. Butterflies attack. Hezha! Ha! Ta! Hezha! Ta! Ha! Ha! Hezha! Ha! Round and round. Ta! Ha! Ta! Ta! Ha! Ha! Hezha! Yeah! Vortex!
bum, bum.
Vortex. Ha! Ha! Heja! Ha! Ha!
Oh yeah, resummon. Always forget. Bum, 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 bum.
Vortex. Round and round. Yeah. Butterflies attack. Ha!
Nope.
Vortex. Let's play.
Bum, 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 bum. Few hours, the auction will be over. Yeah, good luck on bidding on that. Usually people try to snipe it at the last minute.
Butterflies attack. Vortex! Butterflies, attack!
He's 30. Hello, Foxy. Bum, bum, bum. It has Service Pack 3. Yeah, I do wonder about that. Like, how do the different XP service packs compare in like gaming performance, for example? Because one thing I heard is like, for example, Windows 7, if you fully update it, it's not as snappy as like just a clean Service Pack 1 Windows 7. And also it has like the telemetry stuff that they were using to track people who didn't upgrade.
Butterfly dream!
Yeah, also the RAM usage, like later service packs were designed for more powerful machines. It would be interesting to test it. Would definitely be interesting. I always wonder about this kind of stuff. Sometimes it's not guaranteed that the fully patched final version of the OS is the best one.
Round and round! Butterfly dream! Round and round!
Internet Archive is having problems. Yeah, I heard about that. Hopefully they can get it fixed up. It's probably the only project who's gone to this extent to archive the internet. A lot of important backups would be lost if that went down. I hate how like stuff just disappears from the internet over time. I hate that. I wish I could have a copy of the entire internet offline. There's so many random things that just even like niche things where it's like, oh, I want this like specific old version of this program and now I can't find it anymore. So many times I run into situations like that. The Aragura manga missing media? What the hell is that? Sounds like a rabbit hole. Is it manga that was banned and then it became unobtainable or what? Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da,
Round and round. Yeah. Ha! Butterflies attack. Vortex. Yeah.
Bum. Nope.
Round and round. Butterflies attack. Ha!
Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-bum.
Vortex. Ha! Round and round.
You did a huge wall of text, but Kick deleted everything. Yeah, I think there's a message length limit. I mean, if there's a YouTube video about it, you can link it. But I can imagine. No video? Damn, someone needs to make a video documentary about that. Video essays are surprisingly popular these days. In a world of short form content. High effort, you know, long documentaries about niche topics and rabbit holes are very popular. Wanna be my first viewer? Yeah, I mean, I would watch that shit. It's just like, videos like that take so long to, like, even if you've already done the research, put everything together, explain it properly. I can only imagine probably hundreds of hours of work for each one of those videos. Yeah, it takes way longer than you can ever imagine. The editing alone takes forever. Like, you're gonna be, like, if you've never edited a video, you're gonna be so disappointed. It's like, oh, I put I put all this work and I've only edited like 2 minutes of this video. If you wanna do nice editing. Scummy publisher who previously did a single manga release announced this obscure Eroguru manga at some point. That's funny. And why is it scummy though? Like, did they drop their previous manga for that or what? They were Scummy as a publishing house owned by some British guy who eventually fled to Thailand in order to escape the law. Damn. Interesting. Didn't pay the royalties to authors. Damn. That's tough.
Round and round. Butterfly dream.
At some point, they published a downloadable version, advertised as fully printable. The page on their site disappeared shortly after. That's so weird. I wonder what they were thinking, what the big plan was.
Round and round. Butterfly green.
A single physical copy appeared on eBay. It was listed as 1 out of 69 limited run copies. That is very interesting. Yeah, that sounds like almost ARG territory or like creepypasta territory. Yeah, I mean, if it's a real lost media, someone needs to get a hold of that and preserve it. Do you like ARG type shit? Basically like when a community collectively chooses to believe some creepypasta type story and kind of, you know, like play into it. Like I'm not into these things, but like one cool one was Pat's Cup, which was like basically like a haunted game, which I mean it was actually a real game, but it was made purely to make these creepy videos out of it. You found all the evidence on Internet Archives. The listing on eBay was also real. Yeah, it's pretty cool. But it could also be like the eBay listing could also be intentionally made by someone to like, you know, plant the seed for the story. But yeah, like I think you will like if you look into ARGs, there's a lot of stuff like that you will like. Although ARGs are supposed to be fictional. Stuff that is old, not recent. I see, I see. But yeah, it's either insane lost media that needs to be preserved or the most insane attempt at planting an ARG. The unholy grail. That's funny.
Vortex. Butterflies attack.
Too late. The publisher's email were still active. You tried messaging them. That is funny. always forget.
Vortex.
Mm-hmm.
Butterflies attack.
Bum, 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 bum. Oh, wild thought. I guess we use yeah, we're just gonna use half an hour ones now. Oh, what the?
Round and round.
Too slow.
Round and round.
Well, apparently Pat's Cup doesn't even count as an ARG. Interesting. Posted a screenshot on Discord. Maybe not in a. The thing is, maybe censor the not safe for work stuff. Um. But yeah, very interesting. But yeah, we can't have not safe for work stuff in this channel. But yeah, I saw it. Very interesting. I get the gist of it though. It definitely sounds like something that there people would love a documentary on that, I think. The latest ebook technology. That's funny.
Vortex. Butterflies attack.
But yeah, get someone to make a video about that. Or make it yourself. But yeah, the thing is, it might seem like a gold mine to make one of those documentaries, but it takes hundreds of hours of work probably to do a good one. So maybe you just give the story to someone who's good at making these videos and doing the research.
Round and round. Headshot.
Shorts. Well, the thing is, there's probably a lot of things to uncover through research that there's probably uncovered material.
Vortex. Butterfly dream. Headshot.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Headshot. Round and round.
Finding the author. Yeah, that's probably the yeah that's probably like the best way to potentially extract more information.
Round and round.
That author apparently is more popular among women than men. Interesting. The manga was published in France and Italy. Huh.
Vortex. Ha! Yeah.
I need to resummon. Or do I? No, actually no. No, man.
Round and round. Butterfly dream.
Any Chronos players want to help you get 5% on Hard Lotus? Man, they need to make those Abza boxes account tradable on Reboot. Fiending for a box. Nope.
Vortex. Butterflies attack.
My ThinkPad, it's a X200. It's one of the newer ThinkPads that can that supports LibreBoot, basically, where you can run fully open source BIOS. It's I'm pretty sure it's Lenovo already, not like an IBM one. At least I think it is. But it's still one of the good ThinkPads with the good keyboard and everything. Like, I hate modern laptop keyboards. It's like typing on a piece of cardboard. Like, the old ThinkPad keyboards, they have way more travel distance. They almost feel like a normal full-size keyboard. Like, it's still scissor switches, but the keycaps, you know, they're way thicker, and they have more travel and everything. It's usable. Yeah, I mean, for light usage. Yeah, like you can browse the web on it. And of course you can do like coding and shit on it. when how did I get the laptop? And I just wanted like a low power consumption computer. So I looked for like, basically I wanted a low power consumption machine that can run Maple and light games with minimal power consumption. And at the time, the answer that made most sense was a laptop with like a newer CPU that has good single core performance. I think these days I would recommend a mini PC though. Although I would say this laptop probably outperforms like an N305 mini PC. It's got that single core performance. It just depends on what you're doing, I guess. I actually love this laptop. Like it sips on power, and somehow it doesn't even overheat even though I forced it to never clock down. Which brand is it? It's like one of the cheaper Samsung Galaxy books. I don't know if I would recommend it though, because it's the Samsung, like basically they have their own shitty driver manager or whatever, which is basically bloatware. And who knows, like if you have a clean Windows install, who knows, like maybe you can't even get the drivers working without their shitty bloatware, who knows. So I don't know if I would recommend it. Like for what I do, it works great, but we will have to see in the future how it ages and all of that. Yeah, apparently they do laptops.
Round and round. Butterfly dream.
But yeah, I mean, there's one thing for sure that I can say about this laptop is that the cooling solution is good. Because your average laptop would be absolutely sounding like an airplane if I always forced the CPU to be running at max clock speed. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it all started from like me trying to figure out what is the lowest power device that I can run Maple decently on that doesn't constantly draw like 1,000,000 watts. And so I started looking into which mobile CPUs had the best single core performance and also were not unreasonably priced. And so I found this particular CPU, and it just so happened that the Samsung laptop had that CPU. to keep the ThinkPad battery charged. Yeah, so recently, like I used to be really bad with that. Like any device with a battery, I used to just let it rot, and then maybe like 2 years later I tried to use it and the battery is like giga dead. That's not good for the battery. So recently like after I cleaned my room a bit. I mean, cleaned is like an ambitious term, but like, you know, it's like less cluttered than before. But yeah, over time I've been like organizing all my retro hardware in a bunch of shelves and organizing stuff behind me with the tables. So now that I have some space, I set up a dedicated area where everything that has a battery that needs to be charged is constantly plugged in, so that I don't end up with a bunch of dead batteries that don't need to be dead. Because like actually fully discharging batteries is not a good idea. And the chargers are smart enough, like unless it's like a really old device, the charger is gonna be smart enough that it's gonna let it discharge a bit before charging again.
Round and round. Ha! Butterflies attack.
But yeah, the whole story, like, so there's two stories to my low power devices. The mini PCs, the plan with, like, the initial idea of why I got them was one of them was gonna be my home server and the other one was gonna be my daily driver low power computer. And then the laptop was like, specifically I was trying to figure out what is the lowest power draw device that can run Maple without any major compromises. And the funny thing is, the mini PCs could run Maple decently too, although a bit worse than this. And also the funny thing is, the second mini PC didn't even end up being my home server in the end. Because eventually I was like, I wanted to keep running my hard drive array with CFS. So I just slapped together the lowest power parts I had into just a normal full-size computer with the hard drives. With the T40, you're gonna be forced to change the battery if you want to get some outdoor usage. Oh yeah, that's true. Although with batteries, you could, like, if you're the DIY type, maybe you can figure out what cells are inside and rebuild the battery. That's a pretty common thing with old laptops. Because 99% of the time, the battery inside is just a bunch of standard cells that are soldered together. Imagine like imagine something that looks like a AA battery, but like a bit bigger, no branding. And that's what's usually inside those batteries, and it's just like a bunch of them chained together. And if you can figure out which specific cell at once, or anything that meets the specifications, you can build your own battery. Because I bet the third-party battery replacements are charging a huge premium. Just because it's the lack of knowledge, right? People are too scared to make their own battery. Although I guess the problem with that idea is that if you don't have a spot welder, then it's like, oh, I need to buy a spot welder just to make this battery and never use it again, then it's not worth. Because if you want to solder the battery leads together, you definitely don't want to use a normal soldering iron. You need to use a spot welder. Because you're gonna destroy the battery otherwise, and it's not even gonna stick.
Round and round.
It's dangerous. I mean, you just, just use common sense. With DIY, there is always some danger when you're inexperienced, but yeah. I would definitely, like, I would be the kind of person to try and DIY the battery. Wonder if the battery is even lithium based. I remember some guy, I remember a video about some old tiny Windows 98 laptop that the guy just rebuilt the battery and it was just a bunch of, cells as I described. Like nothing crazy inside or anything. Like literally just a bunch of batteries just chained together.
Round and round. Butterflies attack. Vortex. Round and round. Vortex.
Why did I press Vortex? Grift. Ah, that's so annoying. Oh. Freaking wild pot. Bruh.
Let's play.
Absolutely griefed Vortex.
Round and round. Butterflies attacked.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum.
Round and round.
Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum.
Round and round. Butterfly dream.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Stop being bad.
Round and round.
But yeah, rebuilding batteries, like reselling batteries, whatever you want to call it, is not as scary as you might think it is. And it's one of those things where it's like, damn, it's literally just a bunch of like just battery. Like, I mean, obviously it's a bunch of batteries inside, but it's like it's simpler than you think it is. So it's like, damn, I'm paying a premium to buy this replacement batteries when I could find just the raw material.
Round and round. Butterfly dream.
Like, I wish batteries were still like that, but for more modern devices you have those really scary and really ad hoc batteries, like the ones inside phones, that are glued to the case. And like, I don't understand why they glue down the batteries so hard in phones, and it's like it's so scary to even remove them because you ban them and then they blow up. They really don't need to be glued down this hard. Like if you crush the phone, like if you throw the phone off a building, everything else in the phone is gonna break before that battery gets detached from the case. So I really don't understand why they need to glue it down this hard.
Let's play.
Mhm.
Vortex. Butterflies attack.
But yeah, you might want to take a look at this. This is an example of what the Lenovo batteries look inside. I don't know why the images show up as broken, but if you click on them, they actually show up. So like if you click on them, you can view the images. But basically, this is what's inside a Lenovo battery usually. Just 6 cells, you know. And they're welded together with a spot welder, which doesn't hit up the battery so you don't damage it.
Round and round. Round and round. Round and round. Vortex. Butterfly dream.
Bum, ba-da, bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-ba-dum.
Round and round.
Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-bum.
Vortex. Butterflies attack.
Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Shit.
Round and round.
Ba-da-bum. Resummon Vortex. Faster.
Butterflies attack.
Way too slow. Bum, bum, bum.
Vortex.
Bum, bum, bum. Mhm.
Vortex. Butterfly dream.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum. Oh no. Ba-da-bum-bum. Oh no.
Round and round. Butterflies attack.
Oh.
Vortex. Round and round. Butterflies attack.
Ba-da-bum-bum-bum.
Vortex. Round and round. Butterfly dream.
We got another 9-ish minutes. Yeah, we're aiming for 7 hours today. Not terrible for maintenance day, and we're skipping every single daily. I forgot to resummon.
Round and round. Butterflies attack. Round and round.
Ba-da-ba-dum-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum.
Vortex. Vortex.
Bum, 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 bum. Of course, I agree with it.
Round and round. Ha! Ha! Butterfly dream. Ha! Ha! Ta! Ta! Ha! Ta! Ha! 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 Ta! Vortex. Ha! Ha! Yeah! Ta! Ha! Ta! Round and round. Butterfly dream. Round and round. Yeah. Heja. Yeah. 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 Vortex. Butterfly dream.
Oh yeah, almost there. Damn, I'm up to 40%. Okay. That's actually more EXP than I expected. I did have a lot of 3x, so like 2 hours of 3x. Did I even open these? Yeah, I did open those.
Vortex. Heja. Ha. Butterflies attack. Heja. Heja. Vortex. Heja. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's my daily quota. Maintenance day quota achieved. Let's see the gains. Let's see. And before I forget, let me claim my Legion coins, because I already know I'm gonna forget if I don't claim them now. Okay. Let's see, let's see. Uh, let's see the gains. So we started at 249 point, no, 248.02692. We ended at 249.41051. 697 to 753. So we made 643 mil 56 nodes in 7 hours. Yeah, that's solid. Can't complain. 1.38 levels. Yep, okay. We're gonna hit 250 real fast tomorrow. Okay, good stuff. And anything else? I don't think so. I'm not gonna do any dailies. I claimed the Legion coins. I need to use that. I don't know where to use that. I might just let it expire. If it's not expired tomorrow, I'm gonna use it. I guess I should claim Moncoal. Okay. Right, so we did all the things, good stuff. I'm gonna find someone to raid. Thank you everyone for showing up. Hope you're all having a great day. Stay around for the raid. Let's see who's on. Let's see. I will send you to let's see. Um I'm gonna send you to sure, I'm gonna send you to our Pikachu. Let's see what they're doing. See you tomorrow. Have a good day. Have a good day. See ya.